just move that chair.
Yeah, because these aren't right for the height.
Yeah.
I can go back with the questions, so the three of you can be here.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's no
Well,
I
that's
can go
very,
back.
that's
Yeah.
very generous.
No, I think that's the best because it's only three of you, and the same with me.
Right.
okay.
You know, so
So
EAP.
So the EAP wants all
There are
three.
three.
Yeah. Well,
I
we'll,
can
we'll
go
do
back,
the three,
but
but
for the
we can.
tip, you know,
We
they have to. I leave two only, and then I'll go back and sit.
All right.
We'll make it work.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll make it work.
Well, we'll explain to Eve that what we just heard.
Yes,
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
And then,
If they want to use the lecture,
well, what do you think about the lectern? Are we going to use this?
I could use a lectern.
Are you,
It doesn't.
are you all as tall as you are just because we're going to remove this if you're all about the
Well,
same
this
height?
actually just
Goes
lifts up.
Oh, okay. Because the thing is, because yeah, okay, yeah, for like me.
Yeah.
So no, because you get too far from the mic if you use that one,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then they can't hear.
but
Well,
you
you
know
can-
what I suggest? The three seats can be empty. One of you who gives a presentation goes here. You know that you have a seat to sit on during the question time. So I think it's nice to give a presentation on the left side if you don't mind.
The thing is, I will talk twice, and it won't be involved each talk once. And so, but
But it's
yeah,
up to you. If you
Well,
want to
we'll-
sit here, you can do it.
it's a more prominent.
It's. It'll work.
The
It'll work.
audience prefers.
You decide.
Yeah, but
Okay.
But tell Janet, please, and then maybe Bella, so that they know. Bella. It's okay. I can tell.
Yeah, I think you should do
Bella,
it. See,
okay. Okay, fine,
it's a
fine.
it's a horde of
It's
people.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
Stop.
Delegates, please take your seats. We now would like to start the meeting. A very good morning, everyone. On behalf of my co-chair Videme and myself and the whole Ozone Secretariat, I would like to welcome you at the OEWG45 here in Bangkok. And it's very good to see you all here in person. And I think yesterday we had a very good warming up of this meeting with the workshop and on institutional strengthening of the Montreal Protocol. For me, it's always nice to be in Bangkok and Thailand, where we can combine hard work and good life also in the evenings. Enjoy also the good food and the surroundings of Bangkok. It's also a big difference when you look back to last year when there was still COVID around. It's still around, but the pandemic really came into a different time now. And I think it's very good that we can see each other directly and not needing to wear masks all the time or here in this meeting. So I really enjoy that, I would say. Videmeier and we would like to do our utmost to conduct this meeting in a very cooperative and effective way. And we are looking forward to work with all of you during this week. So let's start the meeting of the OEWG and prepare the work for a good outcome and discussions at MOP 45 later on this year. And let's come as far as possible during this week. Today we also have the pleasure of company of Director of UNEP Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, Mrs. Ditchen Tsering. Madam Director, thank you for being with us today and coming to the meeting to address us with a welcome statement. Mrs. Tsering, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph Briscoe of the Netherlands, Mr. Videme Amejosu of Togo, co-chairs of the Open-Ended Working Group of Parties to the Montreal Protocol, Ms. Megumi Seki Nakamura, Executive Secretary of the Ozone Secretariat, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I'm very honored and pleased on behalf of the UN Environment Programme to address this opening session of the 45th meeting of the Open-Ended Working Group of the Parties to the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. The sixth session of the UN Environment Assembly next year will focus on effective, inclusive, sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, loss of nature, and pollution. There is much that we can learn from the Montreal Protocol. Today we're facing a triple planetary crisis, one of climate change, loss of nature, and biodiversity, pollution, and waste. These crises are interlinked and reinforce each other. In the Montreal Protocol, we see actions to address these crises. The recovery of the ozone layer contributes to tackling nature loss. Efforts through the Montreal Protocol bringing back safe UVB levels help protect ecosystems and biodiversity web of life. And we see that decreases in UVB radiation results in reduced net production of ground-level ozone, helping to counter the climate crises and benefiting human health. And finally, we see in phasing out CFCs, HCFCs, and HFCs, most of which are potent greenhouse gases, advancing the climate action that we need. The Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol is a vital instrument to reduce global warming. When we look at phase down of HFCs under the Kigali Amendment contributing to the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global temperature rise. In 2047, the phase down of HFCs under the Kigali Amendment will be completed and could prevent of up to 105 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent of greenhouse gases. And by 2100, this would mean 0.4 degrees centigrade of global temperature rise that could be avoided. Your contribution in mitigating global warming through the Kigali Amendment is a concrete action we can all take today, and improving energy efficiency in cooling equipment can yield even more climate benefits. 150 parties to the Montreal Protocol have now ratified the Kigali Amendment. UNEP encourages remaining parties that have not yet ratified the Kigali Amendment to do so. And this meeting takes place at a critical time in the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, when Article 5 parties are striving to sustain their commitments for the phase-out of HCFCs while preparing themselves for the HFC phase-down. Colleagues, allow me to emphasize the importance of refrigeration and air conditioning sector to society's well-being. An important role in preserving food and medicine and providing comfort by cooling living and working spaces and protecting health through vaccine storage. The sector also brings in economic benefits through employment of skilled workers. The refrigeration and air conditioning sector continues to improving our quality of life as well as to achieving our shared international goals. Many cooling solutions have been developed in this last decade, but urgent action is now needed to have sustainable solutions fast to implement and available to all. For this reason, the United Arab Emirates presidency of the UNFCCC COP28 is championing a global cooling pledge that will feature prominently at COP28. This pledge contains a menu of policy actions ranging from nature-based solutions, sustainable cold chains to appliance efficiency policy to innovation investment. This pledge offers both state and non-state actors a unique chance to enhance commitments to climate mitigation, adaptation, resilience, and to invest towards sustainable cooling. UNEP is supporting this critical initiative through the UNEP-led Cool Coalition, and we call on you today to join the Global Cooling Pledge and to mobilize your peers on the road to COP28. We have 4 critical months to make this COP a cool COP. And getting cooling right offers a 3-in-1 opportunity to cut global warming. It also improves the lives of hundreds of millions of people. There are large financial savings. So we hope many of you will join us to help keep the planet cool too. UNEP also urges all countries to strengthen legislation and policy frameworks relevant to the Montreal Protocol, introduction of the ozone to climate technologies, and to address the challenges related to the market adoption. Although Article 5 and non-Article 5 parties have equal but differentiated responsibilities, both groups of countries have commitments to protect the ozone layer and the global climate. Your experiences and perspectives will be a valuable asset to the success of this meeting. I've been informed that there are a number of important items to be discussed in this meeting, which will guide the direction of the implementation of the Montreal Protocol. The active engagement of all is highly encouraged. UNEP continues to be pleased to continue our cooperation with all stakeholders to promote the global uptake of ozone to climate technologies. We look forward to deeper collaboration with the cooling industry, national climate and environment authorities, and standard and safety authorities at the national, regional, and international levels. I wish you all very fruitful discussions in the days ahead. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tsering, for your warm welcome, and also by putting the work of the Montreal Protocol in the broader perspective of the planetary crisis we are in. And also, it's very interesting that you mentioned the cool COP that also could help us in that. It even motivates us to do more here in Bangkok for assisting in that. Thank you, and I now would like to give the word to Meg Seiki. Yes, she's on the podium now, so Meg, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, assessment panels, colleagues from the Multilateral Fund Secretariat and implementing agencies, observers, and friends. Welcome to the 45th meeting of the Open-Ended Working Group in Bangkok. Thank you to Ms. Dechen Tsering, my colleague and friend, for coming to this opening and welcoming us. I would like to begin today by remembering Dr. Daniel Albriton, who passed away on 1st of April this year. Dr. Albriton was one of the first co-chairs of the Scientific Assessment Panel, SAP. He steered the SAP through several quadrennial assessments during the first 2 decades of the Montreal Protocol. He was an acclaimed atmospheric scientist and an amazing communicator who was able to convey complex science to decision makers and the public in simple language. It was under Dr. Albriton that the very popular 20 Questions and Answers publication was conceived and published. He was not only a brilliant scientist, but a gentle person who treated everyone with respect, tolerance, and kindness. Let us observe a minute of silence in remembrance and appreciation of Dr. Dan Albriton. Thank you all. Please be seated. Let us now turn to the business at hand. Most of you have been at the venue since yesterday for the workshop on strengthening of the Montreal Protocol. I would like to thank the facilitators, panelists, and the audience for stimulating discussions which resulted in an excellent set of key points summarized by the rapporteurs. You will further discuss those key points under Agenda Item 5 on strengthening Montreal Protocol institutions, including combating illegal trade, to consider how the information and ideas that emerged from the workshop can be transformed into concrete actions and any associated decisions that will help enable parties to achieve further ozone and climate benefits. Early this year, assessment panels finalized their work on the including the synthesis report. The synthesis report will be formally presented at the 35th meeting of the parties, but the report is available in English only, though, for this meeting as a basis for the discussion on several agenda items. This is the 10th full quadrennial assessment carried out by the panels. On behalf of the parties, I would like to thank the assessment panels for the tremendous work they have carried out once again, producing a set of invaluable reports. Parties will start discussing at this meeting also the terms of reference for the next assessment to be completed in 2026. Science-based decision-making continues to be a pillar of the Montreal Protocol's success, a pillar that is recognized by other international processes. The Secretariat has been bringing the assessment process of the Montreal Protocol to the attention of various fora, such as the negotiations on Science Policy Panel on Chemicals, Pollution and Waste Prevention, and the ad hoc Global Assessment Dialogue. The panel co-chairs have assisted us in this effort to raise awareness, visibility, and pass on useful lessons learned widely. Another issue on the agenda that's important is replenishment of the multilateral fund for 2024 to 26, starting with consideration of the report prepared by the Replenishment Task Force of the Technology and Economic Assessment Panel. The task force's estimate of the funding requirement for 24 to 26 is the highest it has ever been in the history of the Multilateral Fund, largely because Article 5 parties are starting to implement HFC phase-down activities while still phasing out HCFCs. At this meeting, parties will decide on what additional information they will request from the TEEP to enable negotiations on the actual replenishment amounts at the meeting of the parties in October. Under the agenda item on energy efficient and low or zero GWP technologies, parties will consider an updated report by the TEEP and also discuss the issue of the illegal importation of certain cooling equipment that are inefficient. Pursuing energy efficiency will significantly increase the climate benefits of the Kigali Amendment, and the parties have the choice to exploit this opportunity to the fullest. The 2023 TEEP Progress Report also provides updates and new information on other challenges ahead in the implementation of the protocol. I would like to thank the TEEP for their exceptional work and efforts. Allow me to touch on one other key agenda item. As the Group 1 Article 5 parties prepare for meeting the freeze in HFCs from 1st of January 2024, concern has been raised about their low HFC baselines resulting from the reduced economic activities during the COVID pandemic. A possible solution has been put forward as an adjustment proposal and circulated for consideration by the parties in accordance with the established procedure. As requested by the parties, the Secretariat compiled data on HFC consumption submitted by Article 5 parties, including the data provided by the Fund Secretariat in document 45/4 to aid the discussion on the matter. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, I have mentioned only some of the issues on the agenda, but there are many more. The content-rich assessment panel quadrennial reports, combined with the various TEEP updates, could inspire parties to add many more issues to the already full agenda. The important items that must be considered this year will also need your full focus. It is expected, therefore, that the week ahead will be a busy one. But as always, I am confident that you will tackle all matters with the usual spirit of cooperation and consensus to make as much progress as possible before the mob. Please remember that the greater the progress at this meeting, the less stressed you will be at the mob and have time to enjoy Nairobi. I would like to close with a few words about the sustainability of our meetings. In line with the United Nations Secretary General's call for net zero emissions by 2050, UN entities are establishing environmental management system, or EMS policies, to walk the talk and reduce carbon emissions in their operations and events. You might recall that Ozone Secretariat established its EMS in 2021, finalized it in early 2022, and applied it to our OEWG and MOP last year. The sustainability scores were high, and you will find that information on our website. An important aspect is to select meeting venues that employ sustainable management practices. That is why I am delighted to be back at the UN Conference Center in Bangkok, which has a sound environmental policy in place to ensure a minimal carbon footprint. Combined with great conference support team in Bangkok that makes our meetings run so smoothly, this is an ideal formula for walking the talk. With that, I wish you all a very successful and fruitful meeting. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Meg, for the statement you just made and highlighting the key issues of this meeting, such as the quadrennial assessment in terms of reference, energy efficiency, replenishment, institutional strengthening, and also the effects of COVID. And indeed, I think it's a very a good carrot that we have in front of us. If we make enough progress here, there's more time to do other things also in Nairobi. So keep that in mind during this week. After these kind words of the two speakers, I would like to move to agenda item 2, which deals with organizational matters. And first of all, the agenda item 2A, adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda is contained in document 45/1, Rev 2, and the annotated agenda in 45/1, Add 1. First of all, I would like to see if delegates would like to make some changes in the agenda. And first of all, I have 3 requests and how they would like to add elements on the agenda on 3 agenda items. First of all, agenda item 3G, agenda item 8F, and agenda item 11, any other issues. So I would like to hear from the delegates if they would like to add some issues and also specify under which agenda item. That would be helpful for organizing the meeting. And the floor is yours to hear what kind of elements you would like to add. I think I see Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Co-président. En effet, vous me voyez et je vous vois bien. J'aimerais d'abord remercier le gouvernement du Thaïlande pour leur accueil chaleureux, en fait un accueil très chaud à Bangkok pour une autre réunion. C'est toujours un plaisir de se retrouver dans cette merveilleuse ville. J'aimerais aussi remercier le secrétariat pour l'organisation de cette réunion et aussi pour l'organisation de l'atelier hier auquel nous avons assisté. Maintenant, dans le contexte de l'item 3G, nous aimerions ajouter les substances à très courte vie, very short-lived substances, en particulier le dichlorométhane, pour considération durant la discussion sur cet item. Merci, Monsieur le Co-président.
Thank you, Canada. So under 3G, very short-lived substances, that's the item you would like to add. And then I see Cuba and then Mozambique.
Sí. Muy buenos días. Muchas gracias, señor copresidente. Siendo esta nuestra primera intervención, deseamos agradecer a la hospitalidad de las altas autoridades del gobierno del Reino de Tailandia y también agradecer a la Secretaría del Protocolo por todos los esfuerzos realizados para que podamos tener esta importante reunión aquí en Tailandia. Nosotros realmente, después de ver el tema de la agenda, la propuesta que está haciendo Cuba está en el punto número 10, inciso B, y nos gustaría, dado la sensibilidad del tema, poder analizar de conjunto con la Secretaría la posibilidad de ubicar este punto en un punto más temprano de la agenda, porque de acuerdo a este número en el que está ubicado el tema, estaría siendo visto en nuestro criterio alrededor de miércoles o jueves. Y si hubiese que crear un grupo de contacto o algún grupo para analizar este tema, quizás tomaría un poco más de tiempo. Estamos proponiendo, por supuesto, un ajuste al protocolo, más específicamente a la enmienda de Kigali, y todos deben haber visto el documento 1/45/7, donde hacemos nuestra propuesta y las razones por las cuales lo hacemos. Entonces pensamos que seguro necesitaremos más tiempo para analizar este asunto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Cuba. Let's see, we are now under the agenda item of the adoption of the agenda. The item you just raised will be at the next item on the organization of work, but we heard your request, so it can come back there. So I don't directly reply, but we come back to it on the organization of work. Then I would like to give the floor to Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I was, as this time I'm taking the floor, to thank the government of Thailand for the warm welcome, to thank the Ozone Secretary for the invitation, and the MLF for funding our travel. I'm come for the other relevant issues. My concern is regarding the sad events. We have very intense points that we have been discussing several years, but sometimes we have 5 or 6 sad events in different rooms. And for example, in my country, we have 2 delegates or 3 delegates, and at the same time, we have 5 sad events, and we lose some of them. One old man told me that the intelligent man pay attention is full-time, 85% of time to listen, and 15% time to raise his concern. And we come for this meeting to get solution for our problems in our country, to improve our performance. So I would like to bring here experience from the Green Economy meeting in New York. Every day we have similar session like in Montreal Protocol meetings, but every day in the morning we have the summary, what was discussed in different side event in different rooms. So we would like to ask this favor to Ozone Secretariat, if it's possible, to guarantee the summary of each event, side event in the morning, so we can use it if we lost some of them to take our countries. Thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you, Mozambique. That's, let's say, also an issue on the organization of, more on the organization of work, but I would like to ask the Secretariat to reply. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you very much, Mozambique, for your comment on the side events. We will do our best to try to give you as much information as we can on the side events, but if you have looked into the meeting portal under side events, you will find out at least, what the events are about, and we will be trying to get further information on what happened in these side events and try to give additional information after the side events have taken place and try to make that available during the course of the meeting. Thank you.
Then I would like to ask delegations now who specifically react on the agenda. So we would like to hear what kind of agenda items you would like to add or change on the agenda, so we can list that. The second agenda item will be more on the organization of work. So specifically tell us what kind of items you would like to add under 3G, under the Quad, any other issues, under 8F, any other issues related to TEEP, to the TEEP report from this year, or agenda item 11, other matters. I would like to give Australia the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And Australia would like to add our thanks to the government and people of Thailand for the warm welcome, very warm in this instance. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for all their hard preparations for this meeting and the workshop, and indeed appreciate the work that our co-chairs will be putting into this meeting to ensure that it runs smoothly. This delegation would like to add the issue of feedstock to the agenda, and we suggest that it be added under agenda item 3G. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia, for this clarity. So feedstock on the agenda item 3G. Then I would like to give Tunisia the floor.
شكرا سيد المشارك. في بداية هذه المداخلة أود أن أشكر الحكومة التايلاندية لحسن الاستقبال، وكذلك أشكر أمانة الأوزون على تنظيم هذا الاجتماع. وأود في هذه الكلمة اقتراح تعديل فيما يخص النقطة 6 من جدول الأعمال، قصد إضافة كلمة تصدير غير الشرعي لتجهيزات التبريد والتكييف والمضخات الحرارية، باعتبار أن المسؤولية مشتركة بين البلدان الموردة والبلدان المصدرة لهذه التجهيزات. مع الشكر.
Thank you, Tunisia. So under agenda item 6B, as I understand, let's say we just mentioned now illegal import, but you also would like to have attention to export. I think that's an issue that definitely will also come up during that agenda item. So then I would like to give the floor to Ghana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And we would wish to add our voice to the previous speakers to thank the Ozone Secretariat for the excellent organization of this meeting, and also to extend our appreciation to the government and people of Thailand for the warm welcome. As we would allude to what the just ended speaker mentioned, that we have an intervention to make under item 6B when it comes to other matters. Thank you.
Ghana, could you please specify what is the item you would like to raise on the other matters?
Mr. Co-Chair, I mentioned that we would wish to make an intervention when it comes to other matters under item 6B.
Ghana, is it something that's related to agenda item 6B? Because then it doesn't have to be other matters. So if it's linked to that agenda item on, let's say, import and also, let's say, the illegal import, then it can be raised under that agenda item and doesn't have to be something on other issues. Just to be clear, if it's really a separate issue or something that's really directly related to 6B.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. It's directly related, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know that it's directly related and it can be taken up under 6B. Then I would like now to give the floor to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We thank the government of Thailand and the Ozone Secretariat for organization and hosting this event. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, for more than 9 years, Ukraine has been waging an unprecedented, full-scale war unleashed by the terrorist state Russia against Ukraine. The immortal war in the heart of Europe is a war against the Ukrainian nations, the Ukrainian environment, the Ukrainian economy, and the Ukrainian identity itself. Genocide and ecocide of Ukraine are taking place. In cases concerned that Russia's aggression against Ukraine already has irreversible consequences, not for only Ukrainian biodiversity, but also for the sustainable development of the European continent and the world. In recent years, Ukraine has made significant progress in developing a system of monitoring and regulating controlled substances. The law of Ukraine on regulation of economic activity with ozone-depleting substances and fluorinated greenhouse gases has been adopted. HFC licensing was introduced. A register of operation is being created, and more. But there can be no effective policy without peace. The temporary occupation of Ukrainian territories destroys the possibility of obtaining reliable reporting data and may undermine the credibility of the reports provided by its own secretariat. The Russian war has caused a lot of destruction. Residential buildings, schools, hospitals, grocery retail chains are being destroyed, and cooling systems are being destroyed. Large amounts of refrigerant are being released directly into the air, which reduced the results of efforts of all countries that are parties to the Montreal Protocol. What is the climate price of the war waged by Russia? A report released on the sideline on the UN Climate Summit in Bonn estimates that the first 12 months of the war will result in a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions of 120 million tons, and the continuation of military armed aggression deepens this crisis. There can be no effective climate policy without peace on Earth. Russia must shut up its guns and hide its missiles, so that the world can finally hear what we can all do together to save ourselves from climate catastrophe. The world needs peace. I would like to thank the parties to the Montreal Protocol for their solidarity and support of the Ukrainian people who are fighting for their survival against genocide and ecocide. We thank everyone who works for peace, to all who take seriously the need to protect life on Earth for all people, all nations, all classes, all cultures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Then the next speaker on my list is USA.
Thank you very much. Mr. Co-Chair, let me echo the thanks of other delegations to the government of Thailand for hosting us and also to the Ozone Secretariat for all of their work preparing this meeting. And finally, to our co-chairs for the work that they will do this week and in leading us through our discussions here. I wanted to intervene on 2 points. The first point I wanted to mention is that with respect to the agenda, we do wish to include an item under 3G, and that item would be on emissions of HFC 23, and we are preparing a draft decision on that. So under 3G, we would add that item to the agenda. On the second point I wanted to make, I'm speaking now on behalf of Australia, Canada, Israel, Japan, Norway, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. It is now over 1 year since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We condemn the ongoing brutal attacks on civilians and critical infrastructure and widespread destruction, including environmental damage and transboundary harm caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Keeping in mind the resolution that was adopted at the United Nations General Assembly on 23 February, we would like to reaffirm the principles of the United Nations Charter and our unwavering commitment for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Our thoughts remain steadfastly with the people of Ukraine. This aggression is a violation of international law, including the UN Charter. Russia's actions against Ukraine violate the prohibition of the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of another state, as enshrined in international law. Russia's attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure must stop, and we support efforts to hold those responsible to account. We call once again on Russia to abide by its international obligations, cease all hostilities in Ukraine, withdraw its troops, and facilitate the rapid, safe, and unhindered access of humanitarian assistance to those in need in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for this intervention, and also on the agenda item 3G on HFC 23. Then I would like to give the floor to Spain.
Distinguidos delegados, señoras y señores, tengo el honor de intervenir en nombre de la Unión Europea y de sus 27 Estados miembros. En particular, la Unión Europea desea expresar su gratitud a Tailandia por su hospitalidad al acoger la 45 reunión del Grupo de Trabajo de Composición Abierta y a la Secretaría del Ozono por su apoyo a las partes a lo largo de los muchos años de actividades del Protocolo de Montreal, así como por garantizar el buen desarrollo de esta reunión. En relación con el orden del día propuesto, la UE desea informarles de que hemos estado trabajando en un proyecto de mandato relativo al próximo informe de evaluación cuatrienal y podríamos presentarlo en el punto 3E del orden del día. Además, hemos observado con interés que el TEAP recomendó en el informe de la evaluación cuatrienal algunos cambios en las listas de tecnologías de destrucción aprobadas, sobre los que nos gustaría tomar medidas. Por ello, hemos preparado un proyecto de CRP que deseamos presentar en el punto 3G del orden del día. Copresidente, la Unión Europea acoge con satisfacción el conjunto del orden del día propuesto y lo considera una oportunidad para comprometerse de forma constructiva con todas las partes en los debates sobre cómo garantizar los logros del Protocolo de Montreal y seguir explorando su potencial. La cooperación multilateral, basada en el respeto mutuo, es crucial para abordar los enormes retos medioambientales que nos esperan. Por ello, la UE expresa su plena solidaridad con Ucrania y el pueblo ucraniano. La Unión Europea reitera su más enérgica condena de la agresión no provocada e injustificada de la Federación de Rusia contra Ucrania. La invasión de un país soberano por parte de la Federación de Rusia constituye una flagrante violación del derecho internacional y de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. La guerra de agresión rusa socava gravemente la seguridad internacional, causa un inmenso sufrimiento humano y exacerba los retos que la comunidad medioambiental mundial trata de abordar. Gracias, copresidente.
Thank you. Then I also would like to give the floor to Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And first of all, we would like to thank Government of Thailand for hospitality and Ozone Secretariat for excellent organization of events. Mr. Co-Chair, dear delegates, we express our full support to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. We acknowledge that Russia's unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated full-scale aggression against Ukraine has gravely altered the security environment, caused unspeakable suffering and destruction. It has also environmental and humanitarian costs, can reverse sustainable development, and is a threat to humanity's goal to tackle several environmental challenges in timely manner. We express grave concern over the attacks on civilian facilities such as residences, schools, hospitals, energy infrastructure, and of civilian casualties, including women, elder persons, persons with disabilities, and children. The Russia's aggression against Ukraine is on a scale that international community has not seen in Europe in decades. It is a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter. Georgia reaffirms its unwavering support to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, the territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We hope that Russia's war of aggression will end soon and peace will be restored both in Ukraine and in our region as a whole, so that we can continue to work for better environment under normal conditions. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. I now would like to give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин сопредседатель. Мы внимательно выслушали выступление делегаций, которые в очередной раз обвиняют Россию в неспровоцированной агрессии против Украины. Нам очень не хотелось этой политической дискуссии здесь на совещании, но не мы ее начали. Поэтому теперь вы услышите правду о так называемой якобы неспровоцированной агрессии. На самом деле это намеренно озвучиваемая везде ложь, поскольку военные действия были, безусловно, спровоцированы. И провоцирование шло по всем направлениям давления на Россию на протяжении многих лет. Страны агрессивного военного блока НАТО сделали все, чтобы вооружить Украину до зубов и сделать из нее врага не только России, но и всего русского, в том числе населения, собственного населения, проживающего на огромной территории восточной части Украины. По сути, целью стран НАТО было спровоцировать гражданскую войну, чтобы русские убивали русских. Ведь что такое Украина? Украина – это часть большой России, большой Российской империи когда-то. А Киев – это историческая колыбель русских земель. Украины никогда не было, она появилась искусственно на развалинах Советского Союза всего 30 лет тому назад. До этого этот регион Российской империи назывался Малороссией, то есть Малая Русь. Начиная с 2014 года, когда в Киеве усилиями западных стран произошел военный переворот, Украинские войска, главным образом националистические и неофашистские батальоны, регулярно обстреливали из артиллерийских орудий и минометов мирное население, дома, больницы и школы в восточных областях Украины. На том только основании, что там проживают русские, которые не признали военный переворот националистов в Киеве в 2014 году. 8 лет непрерывно гибли женщины и дети под снарядами украинских войск, а президент Зеленский даже обратился к ним по телевидению на русском, кстати, своем родном языке, и сказал: «Хотите жить, бегите в Россию». Это цитата. Я слышал ее собственными ушами. Его предшественник, президент Порошенко, заявил с трибуны, это тоже цитата: «Наши дети будут ходить в школы, а их дети будут сидеть по подвалам». Что оставалось делать русским, проживающим на востоке Украины? Они взяли в руки оружие и обратились за помощью к России. Поэтому Россия начала военную операцию с целью прекратить гибель мирного населения и защитить людей, живущих на востоке и юге Украины. Нам не нужны новые территории, но и бросить в беде русских людей, обрекая их на уничтожение, мы никак не могли. А еще целью военной операции России стала ликвидация военного потенциала националистического и неонацистского режима Украины, для которого нацистские преступники времен Второй мировой войны Степан Бандера и его соратники стали национальными героями на том только основании, что они боролись за независимость и при этом массово уничтожали русских, а еще евреев и поляков в полном соответствии с указаниями Гитлера по ведению войны на востоке Европы. Поэтому Россия, как страна-победитель, разгромившая нацизм в 1945 году, не может смириться с существованием фашистов на Украине, к тому же открыто бросивших вызов русскому населению и всему русскому. Теперь так называемый западный мир пытается уничтожить Россию руками украинцев. Страны НАТО вооружают неонацистов и готовы им простить все, только ради того, чтобы они разгромили Россию на поле боя. Это очень недальновидная и опасная политика. Особо хочется сказать о том, что с самого начала конфликта на Украине население большинства стран стало получать искаженную информацию о происходящем на Украине. Причем не просто искаженную, а сознательно создаваемую лживую картину, основанную на фейках. Такая империя лжи с отработанными технологиями обмана позволяет эффективно и быстро добиваться поставленных целей, лепить из России образ злодея и врага. Многим кажется это победой в информационной войне, когда удалось отменить все альтернативные источники информации путем запрета на работу российских и не только средств массовой информации, отбросив основы демократии, права человека, в том числе свободы слова. Только это на самом деле пиррова победа. И скоро все убедятся в этом. Ход истории все расставит по своим местам, и правда о войне на Украине обязательно восторжествует. Хочу также сказать о том, что делегации, покинувшие зал во время начала выступления представителей Российской Федерации, проявляют элементарное неуважение. Их выслушали, но они не хотят слышать, им не нужно другое мнение. Они хотят знать только свою правду, а вернее ту лживую информацию, что, как правило, распространяется повсеместно. Я не буду останавливаться на экологических последствиях, о которых говорил уважаемый делегат Украины, но я отмечу только лишь один факт. На протяжении больше чем года украинские войска обстреливают Запорожскую, самую крупную, кстати говоря, на Украине Запорожскую атомную электростанцию. Они расстреливают ее из артиллерии, хотя станция находится в довольно-таки спокойной зоне, она охраняется российскими войсками, и, безусловно, всем абсолютно понятно, что целью таких обстрелов является повторить Чернобыльскую катастрофу. Это к вопросу о том, как Украина, вернее, ее нынешний режим заботится об экологии. Спасибо, господин председатель.
Statements just made by several delegations will be recorded in the report of the meeting. I would like to give the floor to Micronesia.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Since it is our first intervention, the Federated States of Micronesia wishes to lend our voice to those of other delegations in thanking the government of Thailand for its warm welcome to Bangkok. We also wish to thank the Ozone Secretariat for all of its work in preparing this important meeting and for its continued support to the parties. Thank you as well to the UNESCO for hosting us in this venue. Under agenda item 3G, wish to add the issue of life cycle refrigerant management. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Micronesia. So on the 3G life cycle refrigerant management, that's the item you would like to add over there. Then I have Ethiopia on my list.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, colleagues. We would like to thank the people and the government of Kingdom of Thailand for the warm hospitality we received since we arrived here. We also would like to thank the Ozone Secretariat for its effort for the organization of the meeting of the document. Mr. Co-Chair, we want to add the need for assessment and collection of further information required for sound disposal of methyl bromide that Article 5 parties stored for a long time to meet the obligation of the phase down of bromide to be considered under agenda item 9, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Agenda item 9 is indeed about methyl bromide. So if that's the case, then it can be, then you can raise it over there. I don't have any other requests from delegations on the floor. Then I would like to conclude this. There's one, I see one request from Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a clarification. So the issue of life management is added to other matters or to be considered with another agenda item? So we may have missed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Micronesia requested to have that under agenda item 3G. So if there are no other requests for the floor, and as I just mentioned, statements that were made will be recorded in the report of the meeting. Then I just summarize that the items that were added to the agenda, especially on the 3G, because that are the real additions. That is very short life substances from Canada, destruction coming from the EU or Spain, HFC 23, feedstock, and life cycle refrigerant management. That were the additions on the agenda. if this is acceptable to all delegations, then the agenda is adopted. Then I would like to go to the second item, organization of work. All the things that I will tell you about, you will also see on screen, and you can see the proposed agenda of work and also the amount of time we expect to have on the separate issues. Although we are a little bit behind schedule, I would say. You will see that in a number of places we are proposing to consider items in a slightly different order than listed on the agenda, so that we have more time available or the right time available. During the discussions and the meeting here, maybe we adjust elements depending on what we think would be the best way forward during the meeting. Right after the organization of work, we start with the agenda item 3A with presentations and discussions on the quadrennial assessment report. These presentations of the panels will be followed by a question and answer session and a discussion. And we hope to get through this sub-item by lunchtime today. After lunch today, and before we take the other sub-items on the agenda item 3, we will take up agenda item 4 on the TEEP report on the replenishment. This will be followed by item 3B on consumption and production of HFC not listed in Annex F. Then 3C, availability of HCFCs. 3D, update of the report of TEEP on information on alternatives to HFCs. And then 3A, potential areas of focus of the 2026 quadrennial assessment. With the last, I would like to mention that we maybe have to reorder in the afternoon because the potential areas of focus for the next quad is something we definitely would like to talk about today. So maybe there will be a slight reordering of these agenda items. Then tomorrow morning, and if we let's say are a little bit quicker, we hope to conclude all the things that are connected to agenda item 3. But if not, then we continue with agenda item 3F on Tuesday morning, on halons, and on any other issues that were that we already made an inventarization of under the agenda. After that, we will take up the agendas put forward on the screen. We will move to agenda item 5, strengthening the Montreal Protocol institutions, on the outcomes of the workshop and the background documents by the Secretariat. That's agenda item 5. Then we continue with agenda item 6, a TEEP report and energy efficiency, and then agenda item 6B, illegal import and of certain refrigeration. And we heard already some delegations having specific interest on this agenda item. Then we would like to continue agenda item 7 on atmospheric monitoring, both the report by the Secretariat and the report by TEEP. And then we would like to conclude agenda item for tomorrow with agenda item 8, the TEEP 23 progress report. And the most important thing is not put on the agenda, that's the reception that will take afterwards place in the evening on Tuesday. Then day 3. We will start with Agenda item 8 on nomination of critical use exemption, metal bromide. 8B, ongoing emissions of CTC. Then 8C, QPS uses of metal bromides. 8D, existing challenges and potential options for the functioning of the panels. 8E, panel membership changes, and then 8F, any other issues. We didn't hear anything during when we adopted the agenda, but it's still there. And then we end with, we go further on item 9, stocks of metal bromide, and then agenda item 10, that's dealing with the HFC consumption data, the report of the Ozone Secretariat, and then the proposed adjustment put forward by Cuba. And I think just to give because Cuba already mentioned they would like to have that a little bit earlier on the agenda, our idea is to have it at least the latest on the agenda on Wednesday morning. So that's maybe will be a reordering if needed, but on Wednesday morning we would like to have this at the latest on the agenda. So, and then we end with 11, any other issues. As we get through all the substantive agenda items, we will establish contact groups and informal groups as necessary, as the usual way of working. And we hope that most of Thursday and Friday we can allocate to the meetings of those groups. Maybe even on Wednesday afternoon, if we are really ahead of schedule. There are very many items on the agenda. And it's also a very heavy agenda, so we have to be very prudent and very efficient with our time. Consistent of the usual practice, we try to have contact groups only one at a time, and informal groups as well, of course. But sometimes we also have to add maybe several items in one contact group if needed, because there is a limitation of the amount of contacts that we can handle. So be aware of that maybe during the meeting we have to add some items to, let's say 2 items to one contact group, or add an item to a contact group if necessary. On Friday we will work through all the agenda, and we adopt the report of the meeting under agenda item 12, and then we have the closure of the meeting under agenda item 13. So this is how the meeting looks like, and now I would like to mention a few housekeeping matters. We start in the morning from 10 till 1 p.m. There will be afternoon sessions from 3 to 6, and we would like to start on time. So we request you to be in time here in the meeting room just before the meeting starts, and of course you will hear the bell ring, and reminds me always of school time, so that you had to get inside again. The timings of the meetings, both plenary and the group meetings, will be projected on the screens and also announced in the meeting portal. And I think the most important, and that's really new and very well produced by the Secretariat, is the app. And I think you already saw some information in the corridors. Please use the OEWG45 app. It's very useful, very easy, and gives you all the information you need and not more. So, and I think it's a very simple app, and I really can recommend it. For booking of meeting rooms, please direct any requests to Mr. Danupol Samswai, and I hope I pronounce his name correctly. He's sitting on my right and your left-hand side. And the email address is also put forward on the screen and on the meeting portal. Conference room papers, please submit them electronically to Mrs. Liazat Rabiosi. And her email address is also put forward on the screen. And please bear in mind we have some time constraints for translation. So if a conference room is submitted before 6 p.m. on Thursday, it can be translated. If it's later, then it's not possible to do that, or there's no guarantee that will happen. So please bear that in mind. If you have any requests or need help for information, please seek assistance from the Ozone Secretariat at the help desk located in front of this meeting room in the meeting hall on this floor. And probably several of you already found it. This is how we would like to organize the meeting, and I would like to know if there are any questions or comments on the organization of the meeting. I don't see any requests for the floor, so I think this is clear how we would like to organize the meeting, and I think it's good to go to the next agenda item, and maybe we can speed up a little bit and still be on schedule this morning again. I will hand over now to my co-chair to deal with the next agenda item. Philomet, please.
Thank you very much, Raf. L'ordre du jour étant adopté et l'organisation des travaux faite, nous allons alors aborder les travaux proprement dits. Nous allons maintenant examiner le point 3A de l'ordre du jour relatif à la présentation et à la discussion des rapports d'évaluation et de synthèse quadriennaux de 2022. Conformément à l'article 6 du protocole de Montréal et à la décision 31/2 de la 31e réunion des parties, les 3 groupes d'évaluation SAP, EEAP et GETE et SECOT ont achevé leur évaluation quadriennale de 2022 et publié leur rapport complet cette année 2023. En outre, les coprésidents des 3 groupes ont travaillé à la consolidation des messages clés dans un rapport de synthèse également demandé dans la décision 31/2. Le rapport de synthèse est présenté dans le document 45/3 qui n'est actuellement disponible qu'en anglais. Cependant, le rapport de synthèse sera traduit dans toutes les langues des Nations Unies avant la MOP 35, plus tard cette année, et sera présenté par les groupes à la MOP. Je voudrais inviter les groupes d'experts à monter sur l'estrade pour nous présenter les principales conclusions de leur rapport. Nous invitons les groupes, les experts. Et tandis qu'ils se dirigent vers nous, permettez-moi de mentionner que la note du secrétariat et son addendum 1, qui sont les documents 45/2 et 45/2/ADD.1, incluent des résumés des rapports d'évaluation quadriennaux. Leurs références exactes peuvent être consultées à l'écran. En effet, les groupes d'évaluation constituent un pilier important du protocole de Montréal car ils fournissent aux parties une évaluation faisant autorité des informations les plus récentes sur les différents aspects de l'appauvrissement et de la protection de la couche d'ozone, ainsi que sur l'impact de la réduction progressive des HFC sur le climat. Leurs évaluations nous ont toujours fourni une base solide pour prendre des décisions éclairées. Je remercie les groupes pour leur travail acharné et je donne maintenant la parole aux trois groupes pour leur présentation. Ils sont déjà en place. J'invite les groupes à prendre la parole pour nous faire économie de leur rapport.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, everyone. This is the summary of the highlights of the 2022 WMO UNEP Scientific Assessment of Ozone Depletion by the co-chairs of the Scientific Assessment Panel. I'm David Fahey of NOAA in the U.S. To my left is Paul Newman of NASA Goddard in the U.S. And to my right is Bonfi Safari from the University of Rwanda. John Pyle of the University of Cambridge is joining virtually today. We start by thanking the Secretariat, Meg Secchi, and her team for their constant support of the scientific assessment panel work. It's very crucial to us as a small group. The three images there are from our products of the 2022 assessment cycle. On the left is the executive summary. The co-chairs presented this document at the MOP in Montreal, and it was online at that time. Since that time, in February of this year, we released the chapter volume, a 500-page volume, which is the core of the scientific assessment that was summarized in the executive summary. That's available electronically. And then to the right is our latest contribution and our last contribution, and that's the 20 questions and answers document that was appeared online in May. And we'll talk about that here later. And at the bottom there notes that the presentation of the scientific assessment panel in November is online in the portal this time. It has more detail than you will hear from us today. So we'll be dividing up this presentation as we go forward. We'll start by amplifying the remembrance that Meg Secchi provided in her opening remarks this morning, and that's to remember Daniel Albritton, who was a founding co-chair of the scientific assessment panel back in the late 80s and early 90s, along with Bob Watson. Of course, for us, this is our legacy or our where we've come from as a panel. Dan was also a working scientist, and he was director of the NOAA Chemical Sciences Laboratory in Boulder, Colorado for 20 years. He was my mentor at that time as a working scientist in this topic. I am now the director of the NOAA Chemical Sciences Laboratory and have been for the last decade. So Dan really did quite a bit for me in my career. He spent nearly 40 years as a scientist and administrator working to understand the chemical processes of the atmosphere and their implications for climate. He was a leader in organizing research on stratospheric ozone destruction and developed and supported the scientific foundation of the Montreal Protocol. We all acknowledge it's the most successful environmental treaty in history, and one of the underlying reasons is the way science is handled, that there is a pipeline from the scientific community to this room, basically managed by the assessment panel and the team we have to work with. Dan was awarded posthumously the 2022 Hagen-Schmidt Clean Air Award for his air quality improvement achievements in the category of policy. This is a U.S. award. Unfortunately, it came just a little while after he passed. He is a highly respected communicator of scientific information, widely respected and acknowledged, where for him scientific information was primarily policy relevant but policy neutral, meaning we don't advocate what should be done with that information. We're mostly investing in making sure it's of the highest quality. He was well known for his hand-drawn view graphs. Meg showed you one this morning. They were so well respected, they appeared in the New York Times 20 years ago. On our website, you can find that link. Here's one of his that shows the stratospheric ozone layer as he would draw it on Saturday morning at his desk. The Daniel Lee Albritton Outstanding Science Communicator Award was created in his honor to promote the importance of scientific communication in our organization. So I appreciate Meg's calling him out this morning. So we're going to go through in rather briefly about some of the highlights of the assessment. You'll find them in the executive summary, mapping pretty well from what we're talking about. We won't go into great detail on any particular one. And I'll hand the microphone off to Dr. Safari.
Thank you, Dave. So, yes. So, in brief, mention some highlights from the 2022 scientific assessment reports in few bullets. Action taken under the Montreal Protocol continued to decrease atmospheric chemicals, abundances of control ozone depleting substances, and advance the recovery of the stratosphere ozone layer. The atmospheric abundances of both total tropospheric chlorine and total tropospheric bromine from long-lived ODSs have continued to decline since the 2018 assessment report. Action taken under the Montreal Protocol continue to contribute to ozone recovery. Recovery of ozone in the upper stratosphere and Antarctica is progressing outside of the Antarctic region from 90 degrees north to 60 degrees south. The limited evidence of total colon ozone recovery since 1996 has low confidence. Total colon ozone is expected to return to 1980 values around 2066 in the Antarctic, around 2045 in the Arctic, and around 2040 for the near global average. Next. The recent identification of unexpected CFC-11 emissions led to scientific investigations and policy responses. Observations and analysis revealed the source region for at least half of those emissions, and substantial emissions reduction followed. Uncertainties in emissions from banks and gaps in the observing network are too large to determine whether all unexpected CFC-11 emissions have ceased. Unexpected emissions have been identified for other ODSs as well as HFC-23 as mentioned in previous discussions. Some of these unexpected emissions are likely occurring as leaks in feedstocks or byproducts, and the remainder is not understood. The atmospheric abundance of carbon tetrachloride continued to decrease at slower rates than expected, which could be due to underestimated emissions from feedstock production and usage. Bromomethane abundances have varied annually between 6.5 ppt and 6.9 ppt during 2016-2020, with no clear overall trends. Most anthropogenetic produced bromomethane have been phased out, except QPS fumigation, leaving natural emissions as the dominant source. Reported QPS consumption has been relatively stable for more than 2 decades. HFC 23 global emissions derived from atmospheric observations increased since the 2018 assessment. Inconsistent with new information suggesting a substantial rise in abatement independent of Kigali Amendment controls. Dichloromethane, the main component of VSLS, chlorine, continued to increase between 2016 and 2020 with slightly lower growth rates than prior to 2016. Abundances of many non-ODSs, non-HFCs, highly fluorinated substances continue to increase very strong greenhouse gases with long atmospheric lifetime. I pass the floor to my colleague, Paul.
Oh, you have one more slide.
Oh, I can continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. You have one more slide. Change your slide.
Sorry.
There you go.
So, excusez-moi. Heightened concerns about influences on 21st century ozone include impacts on further increases in nitrous oxides and the CO2 concentration and the CO2 concentration, rapidly expanding ODSs and HFCs feedstock use and emissions, climate change on total colon ozone in the tropics, extraordinary wildfire and volcano eruptions, increased frequency of civilian rockets launches, and the emissions of a proposed new fleet of supersonic commercial aircraft. Several spaceborne instruments providing vertically resolved global measurements of ozone-related atmospheric constituents, example, reactive chlorine, water vapor, and long-lived transport trusses, are due to be retired within a few years. Without replacement of these instruments, the ability to monitor and explain changes in the stratospheric ozone layer in the future will be impeded. The impact of the ozone layer of stratospheric aerosol injection, which has been proposed as a possible option to offset global warming, has been assessed following the terms of reference of the 2022 sub-assessment report. Important potential consequences, such as depending on the Antarctic ozone hole and delay in ozone recovery, were identified. Many knowledge gaps and uncertainties prevent a more robust evaluation at this time. I'll pass the floor to Paul.
Thank you, Bonfils, and good morning, delegates. Also, I think we forgot to acknowledge the government of Thailand and their hospitality here. It's always wonderful to come here, and as is pointed out, the warm welcome, but also for me, it's terrific getting the food here in Thailand. So I wanted to start off by discussing a favorite view graph or slide of mine, or of the SAPs from the executive summary, and this is alternative scenarios. So what could be done if various things were implemented here? On the top panel, we see changes in ozone in these alternative scenarios, and on the bottom panel, changes in radiative forcing because of the alternative scenarios. So on the top panel, anything to the right will increase ozone, accelerates the return to his past levels. And then going to the left, of course, are things that negatively impact ozone. On the bottom panel, radiative forcing. Reducing radiative forcing means less climate impact. So the things to the left on that bottom slide are improvements for climate, and the things to the right are things that will make climate change worse. So this is a terrific slide. You can take a look at it in the executive summary, and there are things like increase or destroying bank recapture and destruction. That's all those top purple bars. But I wanted to highlight in particular the feedstocks, and that's these red bars that are in the middle. So on the top panel you see increasing or decreasing feedstocks, and on the bottom panel what happens to radiative forcing. So just to move forward on that, here you can see that if ODS feedstock emissions were eliminated, that would improve ozone depletion by about a little more than 0.1%. And then if feedstocks increase, that's the upper panel here, that would increase ozone destruction by about 0.1%. It would also have a climate impact, and you can see below something less than 0.01 watts per meter squared in radiative forcing. So I would encourage folks to take a look at the executive summary and explore this, because it has a lot of information about things that it could be done for various changes in policy or changes in how we deal with ODSs. Now, I also wanted to talk a little bit about something that did not appear in our executive summary and is quite new. We did talk a little bit about this in particular, but I wanted to talk about the Hunga Ha'ape eruption. And I just want to show a picture on the right. This is a picture taken from the International Space Station in March of 2022, that's last year. And it's looking at the edge of the atmosphere, and you can see a very, very thin layer. This picture was taken over near the equator, and it shows the material from the Hunga Tonga eruption. And if you actually zoom in on this, you can see that this layer up there is very fine layer. There's a lot of structure to it. So Hunga Tonga was one of the is one of the largest eruptions we've seen in the satellite era, extending back into the 1970s. This volcanic plume is also the highest penetration. It penetrated all the way through the lower atmosphere, the troposphere, the stratosphere, and actually got into the mesosphere. So well above where most ozone is. It got to an altitude of 58 kilometers, and you could see this using the NOAA geosynchronous satellite GOES-17 and the Japanese Himawari 8 satellite. This single volcano increased all of the water in the stratosphere by 10%. One volcano increased total water by 10%. And this has enormous implications for what is going to happen this year. The volcanic emissions did not impact the ozone hole in 22. This volcanic material did not get in the Antarctic vortex, but this year it did. It is heavily, there's a lot of water in the Antarctic vortex right now, and this is going to have an impact on the ozone hole this year. And it will likely lead to a very large ozone hole this year. Now, this is a projection. The atmosphere can work in our favor, and it might work out okay. It's not such a bad ozone hole, but right now we think that it will be a very large ozone hole. This is not because of the work that you have done. In fact, if you had done nothing, it would be a much, much worse ozone hole. So right now we think it's going to be a pretty good ozone hole, but stand by, we'll report more on this in at the MOP in Nairobi in October. And finally, just to point out that this is such an extreme volcano that it's a really critical test for our modeling of the atmosphere. This is a real chance to look at how well we can actually simulate the impact of a major disruption of the stratosphere. So with that, that's a heads up, stay tuned. And now I'm going to turn the mic back to David. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. The last section here is to talk about our 20 questions and answers product, something we're particularly proud of within the SAP. So the 2022 edition is the 6th edition, the first being in 2002. And again, Dr. Albritton was an early proponent of this effort in order to communicate issues about the Antarctic ozone hole at the time that helped clarify things in the public domain. Our motivation today is to tell the story of ozone depletion, ozone-depleting substances, and the success of the Montreal Protocol. We note that many delegates and staff of delegations weren't born in 1987 when the Montreal Protocol was adopted. So this is kind of a generation-to-generation discussion as this document integrates or sums over our knowledge of these three aspects. The format divides the narrative into topics for easy understanding that can be read and studied individually by specialists and non-specialists. Each question begins with a short answer, followed by a longer, more comprehensive answer. So one can find more complicated discussions about the ozone issue, indeed in our own assessment volume, but that's not as accessible as we might like by non-specialists. So this is an effort to communicate the complexity of this topic, but not overwhelm readers with the technology and the sophistication of it. The figures in particular enhance the narrative by illustrating the key concepts and results. The cover is a little different this year. If you look back at other years, we have an artist's rendition of the Aura spacecraft. Launched in 2004 by NASA, it carried 4 instruments as listed here, one being the microwave limb sounder, or MLS as we call it. The observations over these 4 instruments over these 2 decades have been used extensively to guide the scientific community's understanding of the effects of human activity on Earth's protective ozone layer, and indeed other aspects of the upper atmosphere. Having sensors of this quality and comprehensiveness are really essential to maintain a scientific understanding of what's going on. Of particular importance have been the MLS observations of the chemical conditions in the ozone layer over Antarctica including the halogen species, chlorine monoxide, hydrochloric acid, and nitric acid. So it's been a workhorse over this time. And on the right there is an actual photograph of the Aura spacecraft in a clean room prior to launch. We highlight figure Q71 in the questions and answers that shows data from the MLS instrument. And this data did not exist in 1987 when we had three competing theories for why the Antarctic ozone hole existed. So here we see ozone itself, temperature, nitric acid, hydrochloric acid, or hydrogen chloride, and chlorine monoxide. So having a polar view of chlorine monoxide, which is the reactive gas that actually leads to the destruction of ozone, is a tremendous level, offers tremendous confidence in our understanding of why this particular phenomenon occurs. So I urge you to look at this particular graph in the document. The figures, again, are quite important. The text data and figures have been updated to reflect the 2022 assessment. We keep the two documents in close harmony. The figures are an essential part of our narrative. In this particular edition, all 36 figures were redone and modernized, as we might call it. And here's simply a sampling of them. And I urge you to browse those to see which ones might interest you. There's two new figures. This is one on the left that shows the global and regional total ozone changes, where you see the world map there divided into latitude regions to focus in on what's happened in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere and globally. So this is, again, a rolling up of our understanding over these last 3 to 5 decades. And on the right is an update of an existing figure that shows the total ozone changes in response to ODSs and greenhouse gases. And you see it has information to date, and then it projects out to 2100. So these two figures together really provide a comprehensive view of where have we come from, where are we today, and where might we be going. And on the right, you see the importance of the greenhouse gases, N2O and CO2, for their influence on future ozone. And this is well discussed in our assessment. And finally, there's a new figure on the relationship between changes in total column ozone and the UV index. And this, we've known this relationship for a long time. This particular graph provides a really powerful demonstration of our understanding with the individual data points there showing true real observations at the ground at different latitudes. And that function shows how, as one loses ozone going from the right to the left, the UV index increases, which is the primary motivation for the Montreal Protocol, is to avoid UV increases from ozone depletion. So in a questions and answer format, this provides powerful evidence of this underlying function. There's printed copies of the 20-question booklet available here at this meeting. There's a small table out in the lobby that one can pick up a copy of the questions and answers and the executive summary. We've invested in this document on the Secretariat website as well as my own website at NOAA, where you can find the entire booklet, individual questions, and high-resolution image files of all the figures. So we're hoping that these figures propagate into your world and we make them easily available. And they're all in the public domain, so please use them as you would like. And then we have an interactive format also. And with that, we will conclude, and thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. The Environmental Effects Assessment Panel would also like to show our appreciation to the Government of Thailand for their hospitality and giving us the opportunity to come to Bangkok again. The Environmental Effects Assessment Panel co-chairs are pleased to share with you some of our highlights from the Quadrennial Assessment 2022. And I'm joined here by Paul Barnes from the United States on my left and Krishna Pandey from India. I'd also like to say how much the panel has appreciated the support and assistance from the Ozone Secretariat. Very much appreciated, and thank you. We have prepared the assessment according to the 2018 to 2022 terms of reference for all our topics that have gone into the 8 chapters that have this time made up the assessment report, and you will see some of the highlights in the following. The assessment was written by 49 individuals and reviewed by 64, and these are the main topics of the assessment. You will have seen from the website that we have our report and also questions and answers on the effects of ozone depletion, UV radiation and climate on humans and the environment. And this has dealt with questions and answers on the different topics that we have covered. The EAP panel members and co-authors are drawn from 21 countries, and the European Union, we have 12 countries there represented in our panel. Looking at the role of UV radiation and the climate system and some of the aspects there important for human health and the environment. We have seen that changes in UVB radiation, and we have assessed these using the UV index during the last 25 years, has been less than about 4% outside of the polar regions per decade. But it has shown variation, increasing in some sites and decreasing in others. Changes in UVB outside the polar regions over the last only 2 or 3 decades have mainly been governed by variations in clouds, aerosols, and surface reflectivity. And to note then that the increasing warming will of course lead to more ice melt and increased exposure of ecosystems and to UV radiation in the areas. This graph shows some seasonal changes in the UV index, and it's a comparison of the highest ever UV indices ever mentioned at Palmer Station in the Antarctic. And you will see the index for post-1990 or post-ozone hole period. And for comparison, the indexes, or the index for the highest ones from San Diego in California, 32 degrees north, post and pre-ozone hole with not much difference. Whereas pre-ozone in the Antarctica in the 1970s was nearly, the difference there is nearly double between post and pre. The Arctic shows a much lower UV index, and this of course is because of the weaker ozone depletion in the Arctic. To note then that high UV radiation, as you will see from the graph, extends well into the Antarctic spring and even some into the summer. And this will have in turn consequences for ecosystems with increased UV irradiation. There are, however, has been substantial variations of UV radiation in the Arctic in 2020. And this shows the anomaly of the monthly mean noontime UV index at ground stations from north to south as a percentage. And you will see the large increase in UV index there. And these variations are expected until the second half of the 21st century, but dependent on greenhouse gas concentrations and water vapor in the stratosphere, and with, of course, large uncertainty in the projections. The accomplishments of the Montreal Protocol continue to be many, and we've seen that the prevention of further growth in the Antarctic ozone hole has reduced its influence on the atmospheric circulation and associated shifts of climate zones on the southern hemisphere and the effects on the ecosystems. Most of the substances, as you know, that have been phased out or are being phased out are also greenhouse gases, and this has likely avoided warming up to 1 degree centigrade in mid-latitude regions and by more than 1 degree centigrade in the Arctic. And the Montreal Protocol has also maintained the carbon storage of plants, and I will say a few words about that. From a recent modeling study, and the world avoided without the control of ODS, or ozone-depleting substances, the large increases in UVB radiation would, of course, have resulted in drastic reduction in carbon dioxide because it would have impaired the vegetation and therefore compromised storage of carbon dioxide. It's been estimated that by 2100 there would have been a reduction up to 690 billion tons of stored carbon dioxide by plants. And this would have meant that we would have had 190 parts per million atmospheric carbon dioxide added to our current 420 parts per million, giving us 610 parts per million. And consequently, we'd have had an increase in surface temperature. But the world has been protected by the Montreal Protocol, and the recovery of the stratospheric ozone is in sight, but highly dependent on changes in greenhouse gases, lifetimes of the ODS, and also regional variation. This means that model projections, of course, of UV radiation are uncertain, and for environmental and human health, we have a lack of quantitative data on how changes in UV radiation in combination with climate change will affect food security and plant and animal migrations and biodiversity to other regions to escape climate variation. For human health, the accomplishments are also clear, and we've had a very good example from the United States Environmental Protection Agency showing that the prevention by the Montreal Protocol for those born in the United States between 1890 and 2100 has resulted in preventing about 11 million cases of melanoma and 432 million cases of basal and squamous cell carcinoma for those born between 2010 and 2019. And estimates from modeling for those born 2040 or later, we don't expect an excess incidence of skin cancers. It assumes, of course, continued compliance with the Montreal Protocol. Still uncertainty regarding stratospheric ozone trends and climate change, so we do need to be alert. And we would really welcome more of these projections also for other areas that we deal with, and also other regions in the world. However, there are still increases in incidence of melanoma that we are seeing over the past 4 to 5 decades, and this graph just shows you that Australia, New Zealand, and most of Europe are high in incidence per 100,000 people, and slightly higher in men than in women for Australia and New Zealand. However, there is a stabilizing trend in Australia, New Zealand, and especially in Denmark, and this is likely due to increased sun protection and awareness. Increases in older age groups are being seen, probably because of exposure to UV radiation that has occurred earlier in life and is now presenting itself as cancer. So some of the UV radiation is also associated with several eye diseases, and amongst those are cataracts, pterygium, which is a non-cancerous growth but can be disabling, and carcinomas, inflammation of the cornea and the conjunctiva, and possibly other melanomas and macular degeneration and glaucoma. Glaucoma is a disease or a damage of the optic nerve that is connected to the brain, and so it can cause lack of sight. Macular degeneration results in a blurring of vision, and this occurs at the back of the eye as the macula is degraded. The cataract is the leading cause of blindness globally, and up to 35% was estimated in 2015, which is extremely high, and also, as you would imagine, occurs in those regions with high UV radiation. Further accomplishments of the Montreal Protocol then for human health and its amendments is estimated to have prevented 63 million cataract cases in people born between 1890 and 2100 in the US study. Beneficial effects, of course, continue to affect vitamin D production positively, improve protection by certain immune systems, and a decreased short-sightedness of people from moderate exposure to sunlight. Solar UV radiation also worsens inflammatory skin disorders called photodermatoses, and some of the causes there are repair of DNA not working properly, and also drug-induced sensitivity to UV radiation. And the drug-induced sensitivity to UV radiation is an interesting one because it's been seen that many diuretic and anti-inflammatory drugs cause this photosensitivity. And it also may induce skin cancer through UV-induced damage. And one of the drugs used commonly for decreasing blood pressure is the hydrochlorothiazide. And as you would imagine, there's a large decrease in life quality and also psychological well-being. We also looked briefly at the effects of UV radiation and the COVID-19, and it is correct to say that decreases in UV radiation under the Montreal Protocol may have suppressed inactivation rates of pathogens, including the coronavirus. However, there's insufficient evidence for any actual consequences on the progress of the pandemic, and just for information, the inactivation by solar UV radiation can be high, up to 90% within only 7 minutes of high sun, and longer under low. There's also a potential link between UV radiation, COVID-19, and vitamin D and COVID-19. However, most importantly, the positive outcomes of the Montreal Protocol far outweigh any potential advantage for disinfection by higher amounts of solar UV radiation. So why is UV radiation important in controlling air quality? We brought this up because it also has an effect on human health and the environment. The exposure to outdoor air pollution has consequences for health, obviously. Up to 4 million people with premature deaths per year have been estimated, and also if you take indoor pollution, it can go to about 7 million. Air pollution causes cardiovascular and respiratory diseases and a whole lot of other effects that you see there, and also an estimated reduction in agricultural yield of up to 10%, especially by ozone. With this in mind, the World Health Organization has decreased its threshold guideline for clean air to only 5 micrograms per cubic meter. And we have quite a long way to go to obtain that again. So the importance of UV radiation in controlling air quality is because UVB radiation is responsible for generating the main cleaning agent, the hydroxyl radical in the troposphere. So looking at the role of UV radiation and air pollution, we see that human activities have released a lot of chemicals into the atmosphere, including volatile organic compounds, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and so on. And UV radiation transforms these into some harmful compounds, which we can term photochemical smog. And at the same time, solar UV radiation also removes many of these pollutants because of the generation of the OH radical. And that includes the alternatives to the ODS, the HFCs and HCFCs and HFOs. And I pass on to my colleague Paul Barnes to give you some insight into the role of UV radiation and OH as far as these atmospheric pollutants are concerned. Paul.
Okay, trifluoric acetic acid, also known as TFA, is a breakdown product of many fluorinated chemicals, including some HFCs, HCFCs, and HFOs. TFA forms in the atmosphere, is rapidly deposited in precipitation, reaches the earth in the soil and water. There it forms salts with metals like sodium, potassium, calcium. These TFA salts are very unreactive, have long environmental lifetimes, but are easily excreted by animals and therefore do not bioaccumulate in the food chain. Like other salts, they accumulate in oceans and inland salt lakes, and the formation of TFA in the atmosphere is expected to increase in the coming decades due to increased use of HFOs and HCFOs. While TFA continues to be found in the environment, including in remote regions, concentrations are so low that it is currently judged very unlikely to have adverse toxicological consequences for humans and other organisms. However, continued monitoring and assessment are advised due to uncertainties in the localized deposition of TFA and its potential effects in some organisms that have yet to be tested. In this figure, you can see that several CFC replacements, as well as selected chemicals not under the purview of the Montreal Protocol, can give rise to the formation of TFA as an atmospheric oxidation product. However, there's substantial variation in the estimated yields of TFA from these compounds, as well as their global emissions. As you can see, some compounds such as HCFC 124 and HFC 227EA have high yields but rather low global emissions. Others, for example HFC 134A, have rather modest yields but high emissions. Among those gases that fall under the Montreal Protocol, HFC 134A and HFO 1234YF are the two substitutes that have the largest predicted contribution to global TFA concentrations. EEAP worked together with the SAP and the TEEP panels and have projected future uses and potential releases from 2020 to 2100 for these two substitutes, and you can find these findings in our detailed quadrennial report. In terms of terrestrial ecosystem effects, changes in UV radiation and climate together interact to affect terrestrial ecosystems and biogeochemical cycles, including the cycling of storage of carbon. And there are potential consequences for food security, biodiversity, and climate. Exposure to extreme solar UV radiation, as would have occurred without the Montreal Protocol, would have had pronounced deleterious effects on many plants, animals, and microorganisms. However, most species in terrestrial environments have evolved mechanisms to avoid or tolerate the harmful effects of solar UV radiation, and at least at the levels within the range experienced without significant ozone depletion, effects are minimal. Nonetheless, these moderate levels of UV radiation can still potentially affect terrestrial ecosystems in a number of ways, although often these effects are subtle and very difficult to detect. Extreme weather events and associated events associated with these extreme events are becoming more prevalent with climate change, and these events are likely to alter the exposure of organisms to UV radiation and dramatically disrupt the functioning of these systems. Globally, stronger storms, catastrophic floods, protracted droughts, heat waves, intense wildflowers, and other extreme events are causing long-term disruption to the structure and function of many terrestrial ecosystems. Together with changes in cloud cover and aerosols, these extreme events are altering the UV radiation received by terrestrial organisms outside polar regions to a greater degree than current or projected changes in stratospheric ozone. While these alterations in UV radiation have the potential to affect biodiversity, productivity, emissions of greenhouse gases, and ecosystem carbon storage, the magnitude of these impacts are largely unknown at the present time. Extreme events alter the amount of UV radiation reaching terrestrial ecosystems in a variety of ways, and these can occur over long and short time frames, which can lead to acute or chronic effects on ecosystems. Importantly, these changes in UV radiation interact with other environmental factors such as temperature and drought to affect the resident organisms and ecosystems. A combination of particular concern is high UV and drought, as drought frequently coincides with high UV. And recent findings indicate that the response of plants to moderate levels of UV may actually confer some cross-protection against drought. This cross-tolerance might mitigate some of the detrimental effects of drought on crop yield and growth, unless these are extreme. UV radiation and climate factors also interact to have both positive and negative effects on food quality, but this depends on the type of crop and the environmental conditions. The loss of biological diversity or biodiversity continues to be a concern, and we've addressed this in our panel. Climate change contributes to declines in biodiversity by reducing the availability of suitable habitats for species and shifting species distribution ranges, which in turn alters the UV exposure of these organisms and can potentially disrupt interactions between species. Some models suggest that UV radiation can interact with climate change to influence species distributions, but the mechanisms of this effect are unclear. Nonetheless, changes in UV irradiance resulting from these shifts in ranges will likely modify plant growth form and leaf chemistry, and this can affect plants' competitive abilities and their defense against herbivores. Because plant pests cause appreciable loss in agricultural productivity, alterations in plant-insect interactions by UV radiation can be an important avenue by which climate change and UV radiation interact to indirectly affect agricultural ecosystems. Solar UV radiation accelerates the decomposition of dead plant material, also known as litter, in many terrestrial ecosystems, and this results in the emission of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. Similarly, the photodegradation of dissolved organic matter, or DOM, by UV radiation in aquatic ecosystems releases greenhouse gases that may exacerbate climate change. Climate change is enhancing terrestrial runoff rich in DOM to lakes, rivers, and coastal waters, which increases the amount of DOM subjected to photodegradation. Another important source of DOM is the permafrost soils of the northern hemisphere. Thawing of permafrost is destabilizing Arctic ecosystems and exposing ancient sources of organic carbon to photodegradation by solar UV radiation. Reductions in ice and snow, changes in vegetation are further modifying exposures to UV radiation, which affect the magnitude of these photodegradation processes in Arctic organisms. In aquatic ecosystems, like terrestrial ecosystems, climate change as well as human activity are altering the UV exposure of aquatic organisms, and this has a number of consequences for aquatic ecosystems. Climate change results in variations in the depth of mixing of ocean layers, the thickness and extent of ice cover, the duration of ice-free conditions, and the inputs of DOM, all of which can either increase or decrease exposure to UV radiation. And these changes in UV penetration can combine with climate change to impact sensitive microorganisms in these near-surface aquatic environments. Of all the aquatic ecosystems, coral reefs are perhaps the most vulnerable to changes in climate and UV radiation. Coral reefs are highly diverse and economically important ecosystems that are naturally exposed to high levels of UV radiation because they occur in clear tropical waters close to the surface. Coral bleaching is becoming more common as sea surface waters continue to warm and become more acidic, and UV radiation can exacerbate these effects. Coral reefs may also be vulnerable to oil pollutants and chemicals from sunscreens, the toxic effects which can be enhanced by UV radiation and climate change. So I'm turning it over to Krishna now.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, delegates. Yeah, natural and synthetic material, they are affected by the UV radiation. The interactive effects of the solar UV radiation and climate change leads to the degradation, discoloration, and release of the environmentally harmful byproduct. So this ultimately results in the significant reduction in the service life of the materials. So to protect this from UV degradation, different kind of UV stabilizers and additives are used. And the current trend is in the development of environmental friendly, more sustainable additives for use. Regions of high solar UV radiation require use of more stabilizer or more frequent surface treatments for maintaining service lives, though this leads to the significant enhancement in the cost of the materials. Similarly, for the green energy future options, like silicon photovoltaic modules, they are affected by photodegradation. But particularly the plastic component of these solar panels, for example, encapsulants, back sheets, and junction boards, they are all affected by UV degradation and need frequent replacement. So new technologies are being developed for more UV resistant modules. Then plastic debris in the environment is a global challenge. So of the, according to one estimate, 8,300 million metric tons of plastic produced since 1950s, of which around 80% goes to the landfill and natural environment. These plastic debris are exposed to the environment and are subjected to fragmentation and formation of micro and nanoplastics by this solar UV radiation and climate change. So these microplastics are now matter of concern. Implementation of the Montreal Protocol ultimately which has led to the avoidance of high solar UV radiation, decreased the production of micro and nanoplastics. And this is this slide shows how this micro and nanoplastics are formed by the interactive effects of solar UV radiation and climate changes. And also this UNEP has passed a resolution to end the plastic waste in March 1922. However, the negative impact of micro and nanoplastics have not been conclusively established in the human or other biological system. So the potential ecological and human impact of plastic debris is of concern. So around 11% per year of all plastic wastage generated enters into the aquatic ecosystems. Plastic pollution is, we all now established, plastic pollution is a global carbon sink. But with its breakdown, it contributes to the climate change also. So finally, implementation of Montreal Protocol has also contributed towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The EEAP assessment shows contributions to the environmental sustainability, human health, and well-being. In fact, out of 17 SDGs goals, our assessment shows that the Montreal Protocol has contributed towards the 11 goals, that is SDG goal number 2, number 3, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and 17. Thank you very much for your attention.
You move the slides. Yeah. Okay. Give her a signal. Distinguished delegates, good morning. On behalf of the TEEP, it's my privilege, on behalf of my, I might say, outstanding co-chairs, Bella Moranian and Marta Pisano, and all of the members of the TEEP, to introduce the highlights of the 2019-2022 Quadrennial Assessment Report. TEEP currently has 3 co-chairs, 4 senior experts, and 13 co-chairs of the 5 technical options committees that are listed here. We gratefully acknowledge the nearly 150 experts from around the world who serve on TEEP, its TOCs and task forces on a voluntary basis, and who contributed to the 2022 assessment. Also, our thanks to the Ozone Secretariat, and especially Sophia, my loaner here. Take a bow, Sophia, who supports us enormously. Thanks. In addition to its annual progress reports and biannual reports on CUNs for methyl bromide, since the 2018 assessment report, TEEP has prepared 33 special reports in response to various decisions of the parties. All reports are posted on the Ozone Secretariat website. Decision 31/2 on the quadrennial assessment reports requested TEEP to focus on specific topics in this report, emphasised here in bold. I won't read them out, but of course they're covered. Some overarching messages on ODS. We report continued progress in consumer, commercial, industrial, agricultural, medical and military sectors, with ODS no longer used in many applications worldwide. I would highlight that the phase-out of HCFC 22 in non-A5 parties is essentially complete and is progressing in A5 parties. For almost every foam application, commercially available alternatives are used. In methyl bromide, phase-out of controlled non-QPS uses is virtually complete. In sterilization, controlled substances are likely no longer used. In aerosols, alternatives are available for almost all uses. And for refrigeration, air conditioning and heat pumps, alternative zero ODP refrigerants are available for all sectors. Sorry, 1 second. And now on HFCs, the planned HFC phase down under the Kigali Amendment, as well as national and regional regulations, are driving industry towards lower GWP HFC alternatives or not-in-kind technologies, particularly in rack HP and foam applications. This does present challenges in finding the best solutions for each application, considering factors such as flammability, toxicity, availability, and operating conditions. Restricting the growth of products containing high GWP and energy inefficient rack HP equipment, a recurring theme you will see, would reduce both the servicing tail of unwanted high GWP refrigerants and also energy demand. Shortage of supply of low GWP alternatives in some sectors has coincided with increasing global demand. Whilst these supply issues are now less severe, they will need careful monitoring as extended shortages in supply could delay transition away from HFCs. The planned HFC phase-down under the Kigali Amendment, as well as national and regional... Hang on, sorry. That's the same slide. Didn't move. Apologies. Sorry. In most A5 parties, but especially in low and very low volume consuming countries, the majority of ODS and HFC refrigerants are used for RACHP servicing. Ensuring support for proper training for servicing and recovery would reduce direct emissions of ODS and HFC refrigerants and also reduce indirect emissions from the loss of energy efficiency through proper maintenance of RACHP equipment through its lifetime. In specific foam applications, some challenges remain, particularly for smaller enterprises in some A5 parties, due to the availability, safety and cost of some lower GWP alternatives, as well as product performance requirements. While global consumption of HFCs for electronics manufacturing and magnesium production is relatively small, it is increasing for electronics manufacturing. And the alternatives to HFCs currently include other fluorinated gases, many of which have higher GWPs. Finally, transition away from high GWP HFC pressurized metered dose inhalers, PMDIs, is a major undertaking with serious potential public health risks for asthma and COPD patients unless it's carefully managed. And finally, a word on PFAS. TEEP determined to investigate and consider this during the first quarter of 2023 and report to parties on the potential implications for the different sectors under the Montreal Protocol in our TEEP progress report here, which we'll be presenting tomorrow. So I'm sure you'll have questions, but please hold them till tomorrow. And finally, I hand over to Paolo from the FDOC. Thank you, Paolo. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Generally, transitions to non-ozone depleting substances and low GWP alternatives have been successful and continue to move forward. There is no single drop-in foam blowing agent replacement for currently used HCFCs or HFCs. There are different technical, economic, safety, and environmental performance properties for each low global warming potential, zero ODP alternative, and different needs for each market subsector. Technical and economic challenges remain for some sectors and small and medium enterprises. The price of fluorocarbon blowing agents and flammability of other alternatives are especially challenging for small and medium enterprises. New low GWP foam blowing agent manufacturing capacity for hydrocarbons and HFOs has eased the shortage of supply. Additional capacity required to alleviate the shortage suggests that there was insufficient supply to meet regulated needs for low GWP foam blowing agents. Insufficient capacity to meet regulatory mandates could recur without intervention. One company has announced that they will shut down their HFC 365 facility in 2023, following significant resource investment by foam manufacturers to convert to HFC 365. Now I hand over to my colleague, Adam Chatway.
Thank you, Paolo. The FSTOC Quadrennial Assessment Report is my summary to present this today. Many halon applications have transitioned to alternatives, some of which are high GWP HFCs. However, halons are still needed for several enduring uses. These include the oil and gas sector, nuclear power plants, military, and some civil aviation applications. It's important to note that aviation applications are still growing. The 2022 FSTOC assessment report did include a section on the proposed PFAS regulations, and as Ashley said, these will be covered tomorrow in the progress report. For now, I will simply say that any future classification and regulation of fire suppressants as PFAS substances will impact transition away from the halons and high GWP HFCs. Looking now at halon emissions, they may be higher than our models predict. For halon 1301, we need further information on the emissions from feedstock production and use, and ideally the location of these emissions. For halon 1211, we need further information on regional emissions, since global atmospheric concentration-derived emissions are near or above the total amounts reported. Finally, for Halon 2402, we are aware that some emissions are occurring from decommissioning activities on the Asian continent, but we would like further information on that topic. Which button? Which button is it? How do you make it? Got it. The run-out date for Halon 1301 is now estimated to be 2 to 5 years sooner than we reported in the 2018 assessment report. The dates are now 2030, worst case, to 2049, best case, as compared to 2032 and 2054. The different range of dates arises from the different inputs into our model. Essentially, though, the change is due to less Halon 1301 being available to support enduring uses. The world's first pilot Halon destruction for carbon credits occurred in February 2021 in the United States. The FSTOC is concerned that destroying Halon 1301 for carbon credits could contribute to global shortages or regional imbalances of Halon, which is needed to support the world's long-term enduring uses. As the supply of newly produced HFCs for fire protection decreases in response to the phase-down regulations, recycling becomes an even more important as the alternative source of supply, and this is likely to increase and needs to increase in the future. The fire suppression TOC continues to see issues regarding the loss of historical knowledge due to the length of time, over 3 decades, over which the Montreal Protocol activities have been implemented. We note this lack of experience and historical knowledge is becoming more challenging as we work with various parties and organisations on issues such as acquiring halons to meet continuing needs. Parties may wish to address institutional awareness programmes to re-establish this loss in institutional memory. The fire suppression TOC continues to express concern with the expanded use of flammable refrigerants. This could be a significant issue in the future, especially as the A5 parties commence their HFC phase-down activities. Again, parties may wish to consider ensuring continuing support for training and capacity building in A5 parties on this topic. I now hand over to my colleague Ian.
Thanks, Adam. I'll now give the Methyl Bromide Technical Options Committee key messages from the assessment report on behalf of my fellow co-chair, Marta Pisano, the committee and TEEP. This slide shows the consumption of controlled non-QPS methyl bromide versus the QPS consumption. The non-QPS is shown in the blue line, the darker line, and the QPS is shown in the red line on the graph below. By 2022, 99.8% of methyl bromide consumption for controlled use has reportedly been phased out. There was only 44 tonnes were approved for use under the critical use exemption in 2022, and that compares to 16,000 tonnes that we assessed back in 2005. Alternatives now exist for all pre-plant soil and non-QPS structural and commodity uses of methyl bromide, not the quarantine uses. Methyl bromide is entirely, or now almost entirely for production, is almost now entirely for exempted QPS and feedstock uses. This slide gives you a breakdown of the quarantine and pre-shipment use. As you're all aware, global methyl bromide consumption for QPS use has fluctuated around 10,000 tonnes for a long while, with 95% of the use in the last 5 years occurring predominantly in 17 countries. And on the left, you can see the average consumption over the period of 2015 to 2020. Now only 55% of the 198 parties report use of MB for QPS. Recapture technologies are available to reduce emissions, but they're not widely adopted, less than 100 tonnes. Alternatives exist for the majority of the pre-shipment uses and roughly 30 to 40% of the total QPS use. These include some of the more newly adopted alternatives such as irradiation, ethane donitrile, hydrogen cyanide, sulfuride fluoride, as well as the older ones, phosphine and others. Concern continues about sulfuride fluoride, however, which is a key alternative owing to its global warming potential, high global warming potential shown there, and the impact of its possible inclusion under the F-gas regulation. Emissions of methyl bromide. Anthropic emissions of methyl bromide have declined by approximately 70% from the peak emission of 50,000 tonnes in 1998. The emissions have remained relatively stable for the last 6 years, however, with no obvious decline, and that's matched to the anthropogenic concentrations that you see in the figure on the right-hand side, shown only for the southern hemisphere. The northern hemisphere is about 1 part per trillion higher. Major concerns are that over 80% of the 10,000 tonnes of methyl bromide used for QPS is emitted directly to the atmosphere. There is also an unexplained gap in bottom versus top-down measurements in anthropogenic concentrations. However, owing to the short half-time of methyl bromide in the atmosphere, the half-life is shown in brackets, adoption of alternatives has an immediate benefit in reducing atmospheric MB levels. So there's some options there for parties. With that, I'll conclude the presentation and hand over to Helen Tope of the MC-TOC. Thank you.
Thanks. On behalf of MC-TOC co-chairs Keiichi Onishi and Jianjun Zhang and our members, it's my privilege to present the key findings of the 2022 assessment report of the Medical and Chemicals Technical Options Committee. With overall time limitations, some topics are not covered here in TEEP's presentation, including detailed findings on carbon tetrachloride and very short-lived substances. For these and other details, please refer to the full report. So firstly, on aerosols and medical uses. Most aerosol propellants migrated to hydrocarbons and dimethyl ether. Some migrated to HFCs or still use HCFCs, where flammability, toxicity, safety, VOC content are considerations. Alternatives are available, but might not be suitable in all circumstances. So parties may wish to consider advantages of reducing HFC use in aerosols where technically and economically feasible. For sterilisation, technologies and applications continue to deploy environmentally safer processes as best practice. With alternatives available, MC-TOC believes that sterilisation applications using controlled substances are no longer a relevant risk to the Montreal Protocol and will not include sterilisation in future technical updates. Pressurised metered dose inhalers, MDIs, for asthma and COPD contain HFC 134A and HFC 227EA as propellants. Dry powder and soft mist inhalers, where available, affordable and suitable, have much lower carbon footprints than pressurised MDIs with high GWP propellants. Lower GWP HFC 152A and HFO 1234ZEE, did I say the other E? Propellants are under development. Complex considerations are necessary when patients and healthcare professionals make an informed choice about a patient's inhaled therapy. The transition away from high GWP HFC MDIs is a major undertaking with serious potential public health risks unless carefully managed. So parties may wish to consider the range of technical and economic issues associated with the transition from high GWP HFC MDIs, which are outlined in the report, to ensure adequate supplies of metered dose inhalers and other inhalers during HFC phase down. Next, with chemicals issues. The increase in ODS feedstock uses over the last decade is mostly due to HCFC feedstock uses, particularly HCFC 22. And the recent increase in CTC, carbon tetrachloride feedstock use, is due to HFO production. Manufacture of HCFC 22 generates HFC 23 by-production and emissions, for which Article 2J establishes destruction requirements. The manufacture of tetrafluoroethylene and hexafluoropropene from HCFC 22 feedstock generates by-production and emissions of HFC 23 and PFC 318 with very high GWP, which are not covered by Article 2J destruction requirements. As CO2 equivalents, the combined estimated emissions of HFC 23 and the PFC from the manufacture of TFE and HFP, without consideration of their possible abatement, are larger than the estimated emissions from HFC 23 from HCFC 22 production, assuming that 0.1% emissions emissions are achieved through abatement. Parties may wish to consider the significance of these potential emissions. For HFCs not listed in Annex F, parties may wish to consider any actions that they might want to take concerning those HFCs not listed in Annex F with GWPs above 53 with known commercial use, with a list proposed in our report. Parties may also wish to consider any actions concerning anaesthetics that are halogenated ethers, so HFEs and HCFEs, and other halogenated ethers such as HFEs used as solvents, with GWPs above 53 with known commercial use. For process agent applications, most removals of process agent applications from Table A have resulted from plant closures rather than substitution of the ODS process agent. For some remaining ODS process agent applications, no alternatives are currently available. For solvent uses, alternatives to controlled substances include not-in-kind technologies and in-kind solvents, such as chlorinated solvents and fluorinated solvents, including some of those high GWP HFCs not listed in Annex F that we mentioned on the previous slide, and low GWP HFOs, HCFOs, and HFEs and their blends. For laboratory and analytical uses, parties may wish to consider actions to facilitate the adoption of ODS alternatives in Article 5 parties, such as international cooperation between different standards organisations and between parties. For semiconductor and other electronics manufacturing, HFCs are used for etching circuits, chamber cleaning, and as heat transfer fluids to control temperature. HFC 134A is used as a cover gas in magnesium production. Alternatives include a range of fluorinated chemicals, many with higher GWPs, such as sulfur hexafluoride for etching, chamber cleaning, and magnesium production. For semiconductor and electronics manufacturing, emissions controls significantly reduce HFC emissions. Some parties appear to report HFC production and consumption in semiconductor manufacturing in the same way as other emissive uses, whereas other parties treat it as feedstock use, excluding the portion resulting in HFC emissions. Parties may wish to consider how to treat HFC production and consumption for semiconductor uses for the purposes of Article 7 data reporting. For destruction technologies, Decision 36 requests TEEP to assess destruction technologies listed in Annex 2 to the report of the 30th meeting of the parties as not approved or not determined, as well as any other new technologies. Parties may wish to consider inclusion of cement kilns as an approved destruction technology for dilute sources of ODS and Annex F Group 1 HFCs, for which there is already approval for concentrated sources. Parties may also wish to consider removing the category portable plasma arc as a separate approved technology to rationalise the list of approved technologies. A final 2 slides on banks and stocks of controlled substances. Effective management of banks and of ODS and HFCs by maximising recovery, reuse, recycling, reclamation and destruction after all other options have been exhausted can minimise the global impacts of potential emissions at end of life. The largest banks overall of controlled substances in RAC, HP and foam sectors are currently in non-Article 5 parties and will rapidly reach end of life in the next decade. While ODS banks have been more concentrated in non-Article 5 parties, HFC banks are currently more evenly distributed between non-Article 5 and Article 5 parties. The quantity of banks in Article 5 parties will exceed those in non-Article 5 parties by the early 2030s, resulting from declining banks in non-Article 5 parties and the rapid uptake of HFC-containing equipment in Article 5 parties. With quantities potentially available for recovery and management expected to increase in Article 5 parties, timely efforts to establish effective end-of-life management capacity would have a significant impact given the predicted size and growth of banks in especially larger industrialised Article 5 parties. Addressing the barriers to the transboundary movement of end-of-life ODS and HFCs will be important in supporting preferential recovery recycling efforts and environmentally sound destruction, thereby minimising emissions. Parties may wish to consider how relevant international treaty bodies can work together to facilitate transboundary movement of end-of-life ODS and HFCs. And with that, I'll now pass the microphone to Roberto Peixoto for the talk.
Thanks, Ellen. Good afternoon, delegates. It's my pleasure, on behalf also of co-chairs Omar Abdelaziz and Fabio Polonara, to present the RTOC Assessment Report Key Messages. Regarding climate impact, while high GWP HFC phase down focus on the direct greenhouse gas emissions from the refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump sector, called RAC HP sector, the indirect greenhouse gas emissions are equally or more impactful to climate change. The indirect greenhouse gas emissions are due to energy consumption from the RAC AGP applications and can be reduced significantly through improved equipment energy efficiency, reduced demand using high-performance buildings and cold chain, and reduce the carbon intensity of the electricity grid or network. There is no ideal refrigerant. Benefits and risks must be balanced, weighing multiple factors, as shown in the first bullet in this slide. Recent safety standards enabled increased use of flammable refrigerants in several subsectors like commercial refrigeration, air-to-air air conditioning, and others. Ultra-low, low, and or medium GWP alternatives are available for all rack HP applications, but accessibility is still a major hindrance for the wide-scale adoption and progress toward the HFC phase-down. Proposed PFAS regulations are very broad and not product-specific at this time. Use of some HFO and HFC refrigerants could be affected by new policies. Since 2018, 2 new single-component refrigerants and 23 new refrigerant blends have received designations and classifications both by ASHRAE Standard 34 and or ISO 817. This table shows the extensive details provided for each and every refrigerant in the RTOC 2022 assessment report. Many of the alternative refrigerants are now being used and are expected to only play a kind of temporary role in the phase-down process. The HFC sector specific end uses are not included in Article 7 reporting data, and that increases the uncertainty for equipment-based modeling, emissions, and banks, an important tool that has been developed. In 2022, there were an estimated 2 billion domestic refrigerators worldwide, but the current production has mostly converted to isobutane. For commercial refrigeration systems and appliances, retrofit of existing systems can use low and medium GWP refrigerants. For new systems, the shift is to ultra-low and low GWP refrigerants. Maintaining or improving the energy efficiency is also very important for the expansion of a sustainable cold chain. And the most common ultra-low and low GWP refrigerants being applied in several applications of cold chain are the natural refrigerants and HFO blends. Air conditioning. HFC 32 is broadly used in air conditioning equipment, and several medium GWP HFC, HFO blends are being adopted. Transition to propane R290 for single split and portable air conditioning units is underway in several regions. Larger, more complex and distributed systems pose the greatest challenge in this area for the adoption of medium and low GWP alternatives. A complete range of chillers using lower GWP refrigerant is available in all major markets. And there are medium and low GWP refrigerant options for water heating heat pumps. Considering mobile air conditioning, 134A is used globally. where regulations require low GWP refrigerants, 1, 2, 3, 4, YF, and CO2 provide market options. Heating oil in heat pumps have a role in buildings decarbonization by replacing fossil fuel-powered heating systems. There are medium and low GWP refrigerant options for water heating heat pumps, and for mobile air conditioning, 134a is used globally, as mentioned before. Not-in-kind technologies are generally... Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't show this slide. Yeah, okay. And finally, not-in-kind technologies are generally not competitive, not yet, with vapor compression technology, except in some niche applications such as absorption chillers. And with that, I pass back to Marta for the conclusion slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Decision 31.2 in paragraph D requested TEEP to conduct or consider in its 2022 assessment report the impact of the phase-out of controlled ODSs and the phase-down of HFCs on sustainable development. The approach we have taken has been to consider key UN decisions, agreements, and reports relevant to sustainable development, and to relate these to the impact of the global transition away from ODSs in the various sectors of use as addressed in TOC quadrennial assessments. Elimination of the production of and consumption of 99% of ODSs and the projected recovery of the stratospheric ozone layer are amongst the biggest environmental success stories of the 21st century. The Kigali Amendment has challenged and is challenging parties, especially A5s, with preparing for and achieving the HFC phase-down, sometimes simultaneously whilst implementing the final stages of their HPMPs. TEEP considered all sustainable development goals and ways in which the actions of its different TOCs and the phase-down and phase-out of ODSs and HFCs will impact or have impacted the targets contained in the SDGs. For 35 years, the Montreal Protocol has contributed in many ways to the achievement of most SDGs, if not all. Contributions are particularly significant in protecting human health, improving livelihoods, protecting the environment, fostering sustainable production and consumption practices, and improving food security, amongst others. Contributions to industry and innovation, clean and efficient energy, and economic growth should also not be overlooked. With this, I close off the TEEP presentation and our 2022 assessment report. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Merci beaucoup. Au nom de toutes les parties, je tiens à remercier une fois de plus les trois groupes spéciaux pour leur travail acharné et leur excellent rapport contenant des informations très utiles et très importantes. Nous avions bénéficié de beaucoup d'informations et ça nous a permis d'avoir une meilleure compréhension des choses actuelles, notamment pour ce qui concerne les émissions des SAO, la reconstitution de la couche d'ozone, les émissions inattendues, dont certaines ne sont plus en cours, les émissions qui ne sont pas élucidées. Nous avons bénéficié de beaucoup d'informations. Et ce que nous allons faire maintenant, c'est que En principe, nous devons poursuivre avec les questions-réponses de clarification, mais nous accusons un peu de retard sur le temps. Donc, nous allons faire un aménagement de ce que nous avons comme agenda. Nous allons faire un réaménagement. Nous allons maintenant suspendre les travaux. Nous allons reprendre à 15 heures. Mais avant cela, je voudrais demander au secrétariat s'il y a des annonces. Et après les annonces, nous allons partir pour la pause déjeuner. Nous allons reprendre donc à 15 heures avec la session de questions-réponses, de clarification. Secrétariat, est-ce qu'il y a des annonces?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good afternoon, delegates. The Secretariat has a few housekeeping announcements, and apologies to those because there is some of the slides are a repeat of what we announced yesterday. So apologies for that repetition, but there is some new information as well. Martha? Okay, so the daily subsistence allowance, DSA, will be disbursed on the same level where we are. As you exit from the plenary, it's on the right side, and it's near the help desk. There's a proper signage available. It's during the lunch hours. Please remember to take with you your passport, your ticket, and your boarding passes. The bank is on the level 1, where you will again find some signage, and it is a bit next to the cafeteria. You'll see a passage over there. So should you wish to use, it's open till 3:30 p.m. every day. There's a coffee corner and a cafeteria at level 1. The coffee shop is open till 5 p.m. and the cafeteria is open for lunch till 3 p.m. We also have a lounge coffee shop at the ground floor, which is called the Raja Proek Lounge, which is again open till 5 p.m. And some of you might remember from 2019, where we had the local food and products, which were on display and available for sale. So we can enjoy the same delicacies this time. And that counters are also at the ground floor open till 3 p.m. It's called the OTOP, one tampon, one product. The medical facility is also on the ground floor, open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the arrow over there can show us where we can access should there be a need. The prayer room is on this level. As you exit from the plenary, it's on the left side, and we have a signage there. We had been receiving requests from the parties on a few clarifications they would like to receive on the use of the online reporting system, which we call the ORS. So this time round, we have set up a corner where you can see that blue thick arrow. It's called on the delegates lounge. We have set up a few laptops, so please go with your request and feedback where you need some clarification. A secretariat colleague will always be available there to answer your questions. It's not a training session, it's a one-on-one session. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Merci beaucoup au secrétariat. Avant de lever la séance, permettez-moi de rappeler quelques modifications qui sont intervenues compte tenu du retard que nous avons accusé. Quand nous allons revenir après notre pause déjeuner, nous allons reprendre avec le point 3A et en finir avec, c'est-à-dire nous allons tout de suite aborder la session des questions-réponses. Et après le point 3A, nous allons aborder le point 4, c'est-à-dire nous allons suivre le rapport du groupe de l'évaluation technique et économique sur la reconstitution du fonds multilatéral pour la période 2024-2026 la décision 34/2. Donc après ce point 4, nous allons maintenant aborder le point 3E. Le point 3E, c'est-à-dire les domaines d'intérêt potentiel pour l'évaluation quadriennale 2026. Donc, nous avons maintenant, à notre retour, nous allons finir avec le point 3A. Ensuite, nous allons aborder le point 4 et après le point 3E. Merci beaucoup. Nous allons maintenant lever la plénière pour la pause déjeuner. Et nous reprenons à 15 heures. Merci beaucoup. N'oubliez pas de jeter les coups d'œil à l'écran pour voir l'évolution des choses. Merci. Bon appétit.